Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7, Lars Alexandersson. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
I could use a drink.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
I could use a drink.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
aim for punishment. No escape. Let the darkness consume you.
KO. Final round. Fight. Great. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Sa, 始めようか。Come on!
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You win.
勝者が出た。手当てして。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. You lose. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You lose. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
俺を止めることはできない。
Get ready for the next battle.
止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. You
あんた
lose.
弱いわ。
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Battle.
俺を止められる。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. You win.
勝者が出た。手当てして。
Get ready for the next battle. Battle.
俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win.
勝者が出た。手当てしてくれ。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. You win.
勝者が出た。手当てして。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
俺を
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Perfect. Round 4. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
俺を止めることはできない。
Get ready for the next battle. Battle.
俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. Time up. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
傷者が出た。手当てして。
Get ready for the next battle. Battle.
俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Get ready for the next battle. Battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Perfect. Final round. Fight. Perfect. You
負
win.
傷者が出た。手当てつけて。
Get ready for the next battle. Battle.
俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Great. Round 3. Fight. You
負
win.
傷者が出た。手当てつけて。
Get ready for the next battle. Battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Battle.
俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win.
俺を止めることはできない。
Get ready for the next battle. Battle.
Battle. 俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. You
俺
win.
を止めることはできた。
Get ready for the next battle.
Battle. 俺を止められるか。
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Kazuya Mishima. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win.
話にならんだ。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
話にならんな。
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. You lose.
Hey, you. You want to try me, Gov?
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Perfect. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7, Devil Jin. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Unrelenting night, God.
Round 1. Fight.
Dark Wave. Dark Wave. Dark Wave.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Dark Wave. Dark Wave. Take that. Dark Wave. Take that.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Dark Wave. Take that. Dark Wave. Dark Wave.
Great. You lose.
I'll feed on you nice and slow later.
ready for the next battle.
Unrelenting night.
Round 1. Fight.
Dark way. Dark way. Dark way.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Dark way.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Dark way. Dark way. Dark way. Dark way. Dark way.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Dark way. Dark way. Dark way.
KO. You
I could
lose.
use a drink.
Get ready for the next battle.
Unrelenting night.
Round 1. Fight.
You want more? You're in for punishment.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Dark way. Dark way. Dark way.
Round 3. Fight.
Dark Wave. Dark Wave. Dark Wave. Dark Wave.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Dark Wave. Dark Wave. You're in for punishment.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Dark Wave. Sick. Yeah, take that. You want more? Dark Wave. Dark Wave.
KO. You
I could
lose.
use a drink.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Huarang. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Come and get some. I dare you.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Great. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah!
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. New challenger. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
뭐
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight.
뭐
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Sit. Dark way.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Dark way. Dark way.
KO. Round three. Fight. Perfect. Round four. Fight.
Dark way. Dark way.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Dark way. Dark way.
KO.
I'll feel you nice and slow later.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Fight.
Dark Wave. You want more?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Dark Wave.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Dark Wave. You're finished.
KO. Final round. Fight. Perfect. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle.
아이,
Round 1. Fight.
You want more?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Dark Wave.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
You want more? Dark Wave. Dark Wave.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Dark Wave. Dark Wave. Dark Wave.
KO. Final round. Fight.
handle you nice and slow later.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
You want more?
KO. You
I could
lose.
use a drink.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
I'm number one! I'm number one!
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. New challenger. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Hwoarang. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
그럼
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Great. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
할
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO.
어머,
You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
行きなさい。良き部をお持ちですね。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. KO.
相入れない運命です。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Perfect. Round 4. Fight.
らい尽くす。全員相入れない運命なのです。
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Round 3. Fight. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Great. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. danger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
벌써 끝이야? 더 덤벼봐.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Great. Round three. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Great. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. Perfect. Final round. Fight.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose.
ちょっとやばいかも。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. for the next battle.
아, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Perfect. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
아, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Perfect. You lose. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
아이,
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. Get ready for the next battle.
아, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Oh.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Get ready to fly!
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, God.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. Final round. Fight. for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 던져봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. ready for the next battle.
Oh.
Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight.
Get ready to fly! Take this! You're finished!
KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
아이, 귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Great. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Hwoarang. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Round 5. Fight. KO. You lose. Welcome to the King of Hwoarang. Lars Alexandersson. Get ready for the next battle. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Hwoarang. New challenger. Challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
간다.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle.
간다.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Great. You lose.
Gotcha!
Get ready for the next battle.
No pain?
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
필살기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle.
간다.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Fight. KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
win.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle.
간다.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
Gotcha!
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Great. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight.
무기 같은 건 없어?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight. 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.